think everything is working, which is the goal. But welcome on in. I hope you're good. As always, it was the weekend for me. It's always the weekend. That's crazy. But yeah, uh, what did you do on this Tuesday slash Wednesday, depending on your time zone? What happened and all that? Cybersect. Hi, welcome on in. I have some news. I have some debatable news, but I have some news. Mizzy, hi, welcome on in. Good afternoon to you too. That let me do that. Yeah, that dumbass. Sorry, my bad. Like YouTube streaming is telling me that they are recommending 2.5K bitrate, and I'm currently at 6, but I've been at 5 since the beginning, and they have not given me that warning before. So that's really not what I'm expecting. But it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. You have news too? What other news too? I want to know your news too, first. Uh, Not much happened on my side. I mean, some stuff happened, but not much. Today the hair is crazy, and yeah. Tony, hi, welcome in. Yeah, I think that's the thing that you recommended me to enable that makes Cybersect and Canon and other people be able to see the stream. But I don't know why I'm at like 720. That makes absolutely no sense. I don't know. I am unaware, and nothing in the settings are like resizing the output. Like the video output is my 2x1 video output, nothing else. And the output that is here, there is no resizing. The bitrate is the same. Nothing has changed. So um it's just weird. The YouTube version of the stream is gonna have way more delays. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing. It's a bit of a weird thing. But yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it either. I don't get it either. Um yes, did you crash, Mizzy? What happened? Where was you driving? I mean, if you crash, you wouldn't be here. Um well, 20 kilometers away is not close enough. That's kind of sad. Yeah, no, I don't know. And Stony, the only changes that I've made technically is the fact that I went down in bitrate to 5K instead of 5.5K, and I like enabled the events broadcasting things. I forgot how it's called, and that makes me compute the resolutions. That's it. It's kind of weird. It is kind of weird. Um, and maybe cybersec, maybe the limit is a French stuff, but it's kind of weird. I think it's the 5.5 that changed. Like that's the only thing that I've done. Um, and yes, the OBS from macOS is a bit different than the one that we have on Windows, but like it shouldn't necessarily be something like that 6K bitrate, which is my encoder setting, should be good and should be easy. The B frames are good. The spatial AQ is good as well. So I don't know. I don't know. Um, what do you mean simple? I don't have simple. Uh, but yeah, no, everything in here is supposed to work and it's supposed to be good. Um, and there is nothing like that I can do on the stream settings specifically. Like the only thing is the output relationship things, but yeah, I can't change that while streaming. That is not an option. It's weird that I can change my bitrate while streaming, but you know, maybe you will have 1080 now with the 6K. I doubt it. I doubt it. But we have some teeny tiny news on this. Much better news than on Monday. The recommendation system is now using the pre-baked recommendation system that I made 2 weeks ago. And so now this is faster. As you saw a second ago, there is like a split second off. You can see you don't have perfume in your collection just yet. So when I'm opening it, it's just nothing, and then it recommends. And before today, it was like nothing, and it recommend like I would say 0.7-ish seconds, kinda, not really. So now it's faster, but it's still not good. Like I need to change that. Anyways, it doesn't matter. The border around the bottle is now what I wanted to have in the first place, which is a very proper computed value, which gives us something that looks as if it was a vectored out element. So it looks better, at least from my point of view. And that is, thank you. That would be better. James, hi, welcome on in. Other than that, I have made some micro changes here as well to have like the bottle in the same like static bottle output things. However, this is kind of breaking in light mode because there is a shadow, and on stream you probably won't see the shadow, but there is like a cutout at the bottom of the bottle, which is really bad, and I need to change that because it looks bad. It looks bad. That's it. It's just bad. It's just bad. I need to change that. But we now have all of these bottles where they need to be in their cards, which is good, with the stickers, which is good. And I think right now we're kind of good. Most of the things are still, I'm unsure about like the notes and the things because it's a lot of colors. When you are arriving here, it feels kind of too much for me. Like it's a lot of fucking colors. So I don't know. And then you can see the top is kind of broken, but that's I can't do anything about it. Yeah, it's fine. That's good so far. That's working. And then I simplified the search so that instead of reusing the same card thing that I have in my regular collection thing, I have this, which is now giving me just the name and the brand and the year in which it has been released. And in the green section, I do have the first notes of the perfume, which is not necessarily something that I want to have, but it's there. So, why not? um, but that's the main thing, to make sure that the search is a bit more like a bit faster overall, and doesn't lag as much. That's the main thing that I did today. But yeah, that's not much, but that's something. It still has some issues, obviously. Everything is still broken, but it's better than nothing. And now these things are way cleaner, much better, much simpler. addition to the collection and that as well. What do you mean, can I read this message? Yes, I can. Mm-hmm. I see. Extra is crazy though. I really have a hard time with the extrate slash extreme slash concentrated version. It's like a bit too much at times for my use case. Neat. Story I just read that. Just renaming the files in the libraries, in the things that you have. It's gonna take a while. Yeah. Couldn't you? I mean, I'm guessing now it's kind of too late, and it's still running, so don't do that. But maybe do that. Maybe do something about it. Oh yeah, no, I forgot that. That's really important as well. These two, this one and this one. These are the favorites. It didn't work 2 days ago, and now it does work. 2 days ago, basically, when you arrived here and you tapped on the heart and said, "Oh, this is one of my favorites." If you relaunched the app, it didn't really note that one as a favorite. Like it wasn't saving into the models, which made absolutely no sense. But now that's fixed, obviously. Yeah, they. Yeah, that's a thing. It took an hour and a half to find all the files. That should have given you a hint, something, that just said, oh, if it takes an hour and a half to find all the files, maybe do that in batches. But yeah, I mean, the thing that I was about to say is maybe you can like revert it, as in change the script to change the file format, but then that's a bit dumb in a way. If you know that the end goal is to have the TypeScript TS, not TypeScript, TS files instead of AAC, you should be good. But it's just gonna take some time. So that's almost everything. I started working on this to make it better. It's still shit, but it's better than what I had earlier because I had nothing. Now it's giving me more natural language version of what I wanted to have. So it tells me that I have a grounding presence of woody notes in my perfume, and so that is speaking to my autumn soul. And so I'm using weird ass language on this. I shouldn't, but I'm having fun. But that's the thing that I kind of changed. I also have like this data at the bottom that tells me how many like entries I have, how many timeline entries I have as well, and that's a bit of a helper. In the explore is going to give me some information about what I'm lacking in my collection, which was the initial thing. So right now I don't have any marine flavors and things. Here you go. Hi, welcome on in. How are we? that's a thing. And then there is like full exploration for the overall congrats, the overall season slash exploration thing that you don't have just yet. That's a thing that is um, pretty good. And then lastly, I have the analysis page, which is basically giving me what I do have in terms of notes, family inside of um, my collection. So woody, amber, floral, spicy, and herbal are my main things, with woody being like 44 notes in total in my whole perfume collection so far. But that's an interesting thing, but I don't know if it's really that useful. So we'll see. And then because I changed the colors of these, they are all white except the last one, so that makes no sense. And I'm gonna need to change that, but that doesn't really matter right now. Um, that's that I would say that's the main change. Kind of redesigned the profile to make it a bit better, but that's it. To be honest, that's uh, that's the thing. The more I touched this page, the more we have some issues with the edges, and you can't really see that on stream. Like that's not something that I can see at that distance. So let me just go there instead. Give you a bit of a look. If it works. If it works, that's good. If it doesn't work, I don't care. Go back there. The thing that I know that we have, and even then, I don't think I will be able to change that, but basically the date that is right here, which is in the perfume row view compared to the regular thing, because right now we don't have any entries. That needs to get into some sort of a badge. So um, right now it's not visible on top of the things. So um, yes. The thing is, it's really complicated to judge what you don't like based on the timeline entry that I have so far. But I do agree with you that understanding what you don't like is almost more important than understanding what you like. So when you have a perfume like this one, which doesn't really exist but still exists, which has bergamot, green apple, and pineapple, what the fuck? Uh, as the like top notes. Do you know exactly that you don't like green apple on this one? Maybe. But do you just not like the entire thing because of the green apple, or do you just not like the entire thing because of the combination of bergamot and green apple, but you have like one of your favorites that is a green apple based thing, so it's a combination of something, but it's not this one. So it's a bit of a weird thing. I would say the only option that I have to potentially infer that data from my point of view data side is going to be perfume A is highly rated, perfume B is medium rated, but they share almost the same notes. And the only difference is, I don't know, green apple is in one and green apple is not in the others. The potentially you don't like green apple, but I don't know. That's the thing that I can't really prejudge systematically. I don't think that's I mean, maybe, but I don't think that's a thing that I could do. But I agree with you that it would be interesting to have your code, uh, like understanding better than what that is. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe more complex. Not maybe more complex, fully more complex. So the goal right here is this. We have our H stack with foreground color that is the secondary, and what I know is that I need to have weird things. So, in order to get my whole things organized, I need a padding that is a padding of 2 around this whole thing. And because I kind of know how it's built, I need a padding um, not like that. Trailing, that's gonna be, I guess, 4 then, to get like a bit more space. And then that thing is gonna have a background color that is gonna take my regular ultracine material. Kinda, hi, we're going in. Welcome back. I'm so sorry. I don't know what Twitch does and how Twitch does this. So, yeah. It will be fine at some point. You will regain your streak, and good thing is, the streak on my stream doesn't die. If you come back here, you come back here, and I'm counting your streak every time. Even if you haven't been here in like 3 years, still does a +1. So come back. We have this thing, and then we have our radius, or corner radius. I forgot if that's the thing. I don't think that's the thing, but let's use that for now and see if it does anything. I doubt it. I doubt it. Gonna take a while to load though. Yeah. Almost a year, yes. I mean, after 12 months, it's almost a year. It depends. I think what would count as a year would be the amount of time of stream computed into the length of a year in stream time. Yeah, that's the thing that I wanted to have, like kind of tiny badges. I don't know if that's good enough though. I feel like that's fine. I don't know if it's useful. That's also the thing that I was debating, not debating, but debating. I do not know. These are supposedly my entry in the timeline. So today, for example, I am wearing this one, and so this one has 5 entries in total compared to what it was before, which was 1. That makes sense. But then from a user point of view, I don't know if this is something that is useful to you, or not. Or maybe it's just a me thing and it's useless and I should just get rid of it. And the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, you know what? I should just get rid of it. Because I look like Nickelback all the time. Here we go. That's the that is the sad news. It's a true news, but like they it's the fluff. It's just the same fluff. I would say the main difference is that he has some money and therefore the hairline is pretty straight. It's not the same as me. But yeah, so that's the current state, which is good enough, I would say. Right now, the badges are an okay thing to have, not necessary, but okay thing to have. In the side news, yeah, of course. They have so much money. The other thing that I'm thinking about is the favorites are they have their badges at the top, in the top corner, and the others like kind of have their badges as well, but you can't see them. The badge themselves are inside, and you see them around here. So if I go into something that is like empty or something else, let's say this one is, I do have it. Let's say this one is empty. God damn it, this one is not empty. Let's say vodka is probably empty. Why are they not? They should be. They should all be almost empty. Right here. Yeah, dang. They have their icons themselves per entry per type, and so I have the ability to just display them. I display them for a split second, but it's just it feels more like a burden to have that badge all the time, and you don't really see the difference in between something that you have and something that is favorites. So I feel like it makes more sense for me to just have this as favorited heart right here rather than anything else. That's the thing. Samples of fire have one or have sample but not tested. Yes. Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, yeah. So you basically have similar things. If I go through the whole system, let's put that in the center. Let's say I have I don't have. That's my issue. I don't know names. I'm gonna use Atomic Rose because it just makes sense. So let's say I have Atomic Rose from Initio as a base, and I got it as a sample. I can just say that I have a sample, and if I already have tried it, I could really quickly have like a first impression and ratings. If I had a sample and I was like, I don't like this, I could say that I used to have this thing and it used to be a sample in 5, for example, and I did like it, didn't like it, finished the bottle, whatever. And then if I like, I own this, as in I have it in a very specific amount, and same thing, I can still say that like there is a time frame, and then I own this as a sample, and I like it. I can then put that into the often wearing, which is like basically your hell yeah. But I understand that that's also the thing that is, to me, the most critical and the most complex to put in place, because the way that you will have your CSV, your Google Sheet, whatever, is not necessarily something that would match with what I currently have. So if I say, let's use my French CSV because that makes sense, then I see the one that matches because I recognize like the name and the outputs. But then if I'm looking at stuff like for you, for example, with your tested and so on, this is going to be your status. And so what I've done is that in status, status, that's very French. If I go in there and then I look for status in here, god dang, that's a lot of motion sickness. If I select this, I would extract from my own data, but from your CSV, and say daily rotation is the own testing or in collection or something, that these are my status. It's not the wearing status, but it's kind of the same thing. So you would have your hell yeah as favorite, basically. That's the thing. Uh, but it's still kind of broken, obviously. But that's the thing. For anything that on my side is an enum and something that you can pick from as a selector, I'm giving you the options to assign stuff. Because if you're French, sadly, I don't know, sorry, it happens. You may have names that are different. You may have different way of organizing things and so on. So that's the like main thing I in here. But yeah, in collection is gonna be a thing. Evaluated. The only one that is really bad for me is the never again. It's a good thing to know, right? This is the absolutely not that I'm never gonna wear that again. But it's also going through like the exact same system. So if I go into Soleil de Géda, if I enter something and I say that I used to own it and I didn't like it, not never again, just didn't like it, it's placed into never again. Because I'm expecting you that if you used to have it and you don't have it anymore because you disliked it, it makes sense to put it in never again. But like going back there because that makes more sense. Let's take the first one. This time, used to have it, and then I say the reason is didn't like it. Maybe you just didn't like it and you gave it to your friend. But then in that situation, you would say gifted away. So I don't know. The whole acquisition system is really complex, and so I would say that's one of the things that I need to have as flawless as possible, because otherwise it's just not gonna work. But yeah, the import is one of the most important thing. But then again, the import is only for the paid tier. I'm sorry. So that's I have some time before it needs to be really, really good, because that's one of the last thing, but it's specific targeted to the target that I want to have, which is like perfume enthusiasts that will be willing to buy like an app for that situation. But it's fine. But yeah, it kind of works. Right now, the thing that is pissing me off is that the export doesn't work. What it's giving me as an export, which is like right here, my perfume collection, which is the export of my collection. If I import it, you might be able to see that. Black pepper as a bottle level? Are you sure? Like, are you sure? I don't think you're sure. Like the heart note being the brand name means nothing. So there is like a lot of issues in my export slash import. Like the import is good, but the export is really, really bad for now. So I need to fix that as well. But yeah, going back to what you said though, the status or the testing status of a sample, a bottle. I mean, you won't have bottles, but like you would have samples of. You kind of need to have them in a way, because that makes sense for you in order to, at a glance, go through things and say, These are the one that I like. These are the one that I have. For me, the only option that you have right now is this. You want to make sure that you are into the recently added, or you are into the testing one if you have testing ones, the one that are currently untested, which I don't have, or the favorite ones. So for you, if you have like the not tested one, you should be able to just look at everything that you haven't tested yet. Or that's a better thing. In the all section, I could, as I said, I could display the fact that you haven't tested. Like the only one that I haven't tested right now is this one, in that collection, I think. So it's potentially useful, but also it's the thing that is going to be recommended to you in the homepage. So if you have, uh, you know, something, I don't know why it's flashing every time, but it's fine. Looks like it's shining. Like this one, I have tested it. It's my favorite, so that's why it's currently recommended for today, because it's kind of a windy, rainy-ish day, so Labs is pretty good for that. And this one is an untested version, or an untested sample that I have right here. They need to be tested. So technically, you should have quick access to stuff really, really easily, I think. But yeah, right on Saturday, I was trying to center this to the available space, and for some reason, I can't. And I really don't understand why it just doesn't take this. I, I don't get it. That's it. I just don't get it. It should work. It doesn't work. It's pretty bad. I think it's because of the scroll view, and I'll fix that later. But yeah, we'll see. We should be good though. The other thing that I wanted to try and I can't try right now is the iPhone 13 mini, to see how things look. But when I'm looking at other phones and other things available, I don't have the 13 mini anymore, and I don't know why. I used to have it, it used to be pinned, and right now it's not. That makes no sense, because it should be right there. It should be right in that list and available. And so I made sure that it was, in this one, and it doesn't want to stay in there as well. So in the running things, the iPhone 13 mini is right here, supposed to be available, but it's just, I don't get it. I feel like I might need to be like to create a new one again to, see if it does anything. Um, what? I doubt it. Maybe. Also, right now I just told it to do iOS 26, which is good. We'll see. Maybe that works. It does. That's crazy. That is crazy. I can't really check it out, but I kind of can in simulator. Maybe. That might break the stream. My bad. That's creating a new device and sending that to Code Simulator, so that while streaming is GPU heavy. That's not good. You know, we'll see. One of the thing I hate about the simulator, it doesn't do the same thing. It doesn't work the same way that the iPhone works on its own. So My phone has the ability to extract the picture of the bottle from the image. The simulator doesn't. And so what we end up with is kind of funny. You will see that in a second once it builds. But yeah, it's kind of sad. Let's see. Huh, that's a new icon. That is a new icon. Oh, also, brain is all over the place. Again, I noticed that some of my brands have been duplicated. So, Heretics, for example, um, is a brand that exists, and I have two versions of it. I have Heretics and Heretics Perfumes, and both have like 7-ish perfumes entries in there. It's not too much to change, but it is just not fun because that means that my 40,000 for now 44,000 perfume entries in the database is probably going to be 20k instead because of the brand duplication and the name duplication, and because when I'm trying to like find duplicates, I'm using brand and name, and when like the brand is like Heretics Perfume, it doesn't tell me that this is a duplicate because it doesn't exist. It's annoying. It's annoying. However, I have a bit of a secondary option potential to use like the URLs because they have URLs, but not not the greatest. Not the greatest. Come on. Sorry. What did you do on the onboarding, Stone? Also, I saw that earlier. Don't think that this is a delay. I mean, you probably saw your message in the chat, anyways. But yeah, what did you do in the onboarding that was a pain, other than the onboarding itself? I see. Well, that's a good start. That is a good start. A good start. I think you're. I'm gonna say something that I think I said. You know, I I I think I said it, but I did. I don't know. The onboarding should be the simplest version of the thing that you want the user to understand, but not the full experience. We talked about it into not giving full access features things in the onboarding because it makes no sense. But what I'm thinking about is that it would make more sense specifically for you to have something that is basically the process of creating a library or creating or adding an entry to the library or something so that the user understands how things work, and then they land on the homepage, and if they want to do that again, they can do that in the settings and so on. But you don't allow, or you wouldn't allow, for multiple folders to be selected, multiple things to be selected. That would help you to make the onboarding more palatable for the users. But then, if you already do that in the onboarding and you already allow it, it then gives the user, power user, which is yourself, but other people, a better experience because they arrive on something, they can fully fill the server, and then they arrive on the thing that is just processing content. So both exist and both are potentially good, but it's just I don't know. And yes, I would love to take a look. Though I would love for fucking Xcode to work. That would be appreciated. Because, golly, that is bad. Ugh. Is this dead? I guess it is. Apparently it is. That happens too often, to be honest. Nox, welcome back. That's a cute emote. That's a cute ass emote. 1 second. I'm probably not gonna be able to see it because, you know, chat. From the prompter, it looks pretty cute. It is. It is pretty cute. We like it. We like it. Look on it. How are you? How's everything? Come on, 13 mini. Give me something. Please. Why are you so dead? Okay, I just needed to complain. Cool. Wasn't that twice the same request? Oh no, the notifications. Yeah, no, my bad, my bad. That's the 13 mini. So that's good to see. That's good to know. That is interesting. Shift A or Command Shift A? Control Shift A? Command Shift A. Command Shift A. Mode. So let me show you what's breaking in the simulator, because you know that is not good. So atomic rows in there. If I say something like I have a sample, it doesn't really matter. That's the output. So I'm not getting the bottle. I'm getting the image, but cropped. So that's really bad. And that's just because the fucking simulator just doesn't work. It's so sad. It's so sad. Nonetheless, that now works. So if I'm on a 13 mini, the design that I have made is good enough. We have the card that is in the home view, and you can fiddle with it and fidget with it, and it's fine. Unless this thing is taking like 3 lines of text, and therefore it's going to be a bit lower, but that's fine. You can still like kind of scroll in here. Not too much, but you know, that's the thing. But it works. And then everything else that is in there is working. It's not the best, but it's working, and we have most of the stuff that we need to have access to. So that's good. Kinda. Other than that, and the fucking simulator thing that just breaks because it just breaks, it's a working version for the 13 mini. The thing that is kind of sad is that the iPhone SE, the older version, the one that still have the home button, which I know is way older, is basically going to crop the top right around here and the bottom right about here. So that shift down, which again, the home button iPhone E, I think, is not supported by iOS 26, so I don't really care about this, but still, it is still useful to know things. That is gonna be like basically cropping somewhere around here, and then you need the tab bar and everything. So that's kind of bad. But you know, it's something. At least we know. But at least we have this, which is good. A good thing. That is a good thing. Let me just quit the simulator because I know that, dang, running at the same time as the stream, not a good idea. Not a good idea. So, I haven't done that. I should have done that, but I haven't really done that. I think I have one of the potential output things in the can file because I'm absolutely organized for this one. I think I said that I do not have a Figma file for the perfume app. I decided to not do that. I said no. None of this is necessary, which is interesting from my point of view. Where is this though? I need this. Cool. My current thinking is to achieve something relative, yeah, relative to this, with bundle them together and get my background version at like 40% or something, so it's not really there. And then I want my top version right here to be cropped or masked with some sort of a gradient mask thing. That makes sense to me. And so that, what I want is use white here and white here. Let's use white at 0% and put that somewhere around here and that somewhere around here. And so my goal is to have the bottle level, how much you have in the bottle, to be a slider that will basically use the bottle itself as the quantity. So that most of my perfume in the collection, because I have the bottles, most of them, not all of them, but most of them, you would have a slider on the side that is equal to where the bottle is, and it's just a percentage. And so that way you get the overall proper-ish version of how much you have in the bottle. Maybe it's like kind of about to be empty, and that's the thing that could be interesting. Remember that it has the border outside thingy thicker as well, so that could be interesting as well. But I don't really know. But that's the idea. That's the current thing that I have in my head that I kind of want to have, and we'll see if I can make that happen. Probably not today, but at some point, probably is. Mm.
The history of yokai or Japanese ghosts can be traced back to the 8th century. Aliens.
I'm thinking.
Monsters. Spirits. Yokai, 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 yokai,
I don't think I can have access to this based on the fact that you don't have, as you said, the socket on. So, like, that button doesn't do shit right there. Fine. But that's probably because of what you said, which is fine. It's okay. The thing that I'm seeing is the back button is currently in disabled state. and that's not good. I might have had a back button in disable state by default, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Uh, I'm seeing things now that I didn't see last time when we did that the first time. Last time, the first time, yes. And basically, when I'm looking at this now, you had way more information based on the fact that we did have this with preselected profile and preselected subtitle that were there for some reason. I don't remember what was the situation in this, but we had so much more content on the first question, and now I just have the name on the one that you just shared, right? Yeah, that's what I said. So right now there is something that is missing that I feel like could be better integrated. That onboarding, which is really bad. I'm sad about it. As always, I need the full information before I can just give you anything. I don't want to click finish because I feel like this is gonna send the whole thing in finished state. Yeah, no, that's bad. If you just have the name, that makes no sense. I'm internally fighting with myself right now. That's what's happening. I on one side I'm fighting for make this bitch so simple it can't be like no one can make a mistake, and make it as like complete as possible in order for power users to understand exactly what they need to do and what they can do in there. So yeah, it if there is more, then yeah, then that's good. But right now, not enough. If it works right now, that's good. I do remember that you had a version that was working, where I could interact with the content and then get access to things, which is why I have like these screenshots, which we changed since then. But you know, different stuff. If it's similar to what we have here, like that's good. The thing, and right now I don't want to judge that version that you have based on something that seems to be broken. But my main point here is going to be like the line at the top needs to at least reach the middle of the media library section, that you know in which section you're currently sitting. So otherwise this section at the top makes absolutely no sense and doesn't help the user. So yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah, I mean that works. That does what it's supposed to do, I think. Oh, that was bad. Sorry, that was great. Thanks. Dang, real bad. I get it, but if you can change that, change it. Make sure that this is like a human understandable title, because this makes no sense. Other than that, you're good. Other than that, you're good. Everything works. What I'm talking about is just the name of the folder, or the name of the server or something needs to be taking the name of the server that you just created. So based on the fact that you created like Eagle here, and then you go into add library or media libraries things, you add something, it add the folder to said server name. That makes more sense because again, the usual debate, you know me now. Usual debate. You are a power user. The people that you are targeting are power users. These people, you included, will not have any issues with what I just said, right? That is absolutely not an issue. And it's just, oh yeah, that's a hash. I get that. It's fine. It's how the thing is going to interpret it. Whatever. Regular users, what the fuck is that? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, that's the only smidge detail. Let me look at the rest of the thing. The rest is pretty good. I would complain, but most people will never see this. The complaining is here. Your initial color, like your currently selected color, is wine or the red raspberry thing, and your selected color here is purple, which is your default color. So, yeah. There is a mismatch in probably this is using purple, and not accent color. So this should use theme, not purple, I think. Unless this is specific. But yeah, so if it's a fixed color, I would use like the theme color so that it's just, unifying everything. The only issue that I would have potentially with this is you might not understand as a user why something is selected in pink or red something, but then I know I should. I had other things to do today. And I had, yeah. Again, when you are starting the server for the first time, you don't have a theme. Like we are seeing something that is in wine and like pinkish color because you have theme predefined. I would have the version, or I currently have the version that is in teal because I have teal in my cookies. Technically speaking, it doesn't exist. It's not an issue. It's not something that will break or whatever. But if for some reason you have a user that decided to delete the entire server from their machine and then come back and create a new server, their cookie would have the theme selection that they had before, and this would be a mismatch. That's it. It's not much though. Eh, I mean, it's an oversight that I would make as well. So don't worry about it. This would be better overall. Um, Systems be good, selection be good. I feel like everything is pretty much working as you were saying, like that was your goal. So that helps. And that seems to be pretty accurate. I see that when you select TV show, the icon is changing right here immediately, so I can see that in the background. That's really good. Selection of the folders and the path route things is good. I feel like that's working. At least it's working as you are expecting it to work. So yeah, I don't know how many fucking folders you added, but you added a lot. You do things weirdly though. Did you realize that? You you created a new section, like a new entry things, whatever, which is TV shows, right? That's fine. And then when you create this, your flow is let me rename it, and then let me click on this the type, which is oh, like it's not the order of the form. So you know, uh, details. But that's a you thing. It doesn't matter. It works anyways. Uh, the thing that I said when we built that on Figma a long time ago now was if you click on the selection, the pre-selected things, we rename the field. I don't know if you have that. So if to me, or that's the reason why I noticed this, if I clicked on music, the name of the section folder thing would have been renamed to music immediately if it didn't have been edited by the user. So that if I click on music, it puts it in music, and maybe I can change that to something else. But by just making things go faster, um, maybe. But yeah, no, that's a detail. Otherwise, the rest is good. As I just said, most of your things in there are working. Your selections are working. Your pre-selection of profiles are working. And then the finish section is not necessarily working, but that's fine. But yeah, no, you did good. You did good. The thing, regular thing, thing that you have here is just that bar needs to grow, or at least should grow. And once you have that done, you should be good. You should be good. So sad. Yeah. I knew I would find things in there. Cool. Great. That's a clipping thing. You don't care. You don't see this. No. Also, you kind of. I know there is a back button here, but I. Yeah. Other than that, you're good. You should be fine. It's fine. As we said last time, I think it was TD that talked about this, where he prefers to have light mode during the day and dark mode at night. So, it doesn't really matter. But if he is building something on light mode, yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I've seen worse. I've seen version 1. No, it's good. You did good. The VOD gave me everything that I need to see, so that's exactly what was necessary, which is neat. Implementation seems to work, and then you just have the thing that you said that works now, but didn't on the VOD. So good. Congrats. Good job. No notes. I mean notes, but no notes. And most of these are wrong because, screenshots. My bad. Yeah, I know. It needs to take its time. That's the thing. What did I say? I think I said that. Yeah, I think I said that for the homepage first screen of the onboarding thingy, where you have the name and the pre-selected profile and the pre-selected subtitles, so that you don't have to reselect them when it's available in other things. So if you just say, "Oh, this is the movie folder," it pre-selects the profile and the subtitle. That's what I have in my head as a memory, but I don't think it's correct. But maybe it's correct. I don't know. Why are these two not there? Yeah, that's the thing. We know that we don't have a leading text, we know that we don't have a left button, and we know that we don't have a right button either. Yeah. Yeah. Again, the onboarding is something that most people are not really paying attention to. So the fact that your onboarding already has steps and actions that the user needs to take in order to complete the server and access the content is not uncommon, but uncommon. So that's something. But most people are going to fly through this as much as they can. Like, they just want to go through the entirety of the creation of the server, and then either they are like people that just want to make sure that everything is in place in the first second, and then they don't think about it, or they just want to see how the things work, and then if it works for them, go and polish and make sure that it's assigning the right folders, assigning the right directories, and so on. So, that's a thing. That is a thing. Overall, you did good. Just light mode. Don't worry about light mode, though. It doesn't really matter. It's also something that I think I said a long time ago now. Cat, hi, welcome on in. 100 times you got confettis. God dang. God dang. Welcome back. Movie-related things and media-related platforms, usually when it's movie-related, do not have a light mode because it makes absolutely no sense to have a light mode interface for a movie that usually goes to black. It's fade to black, not fade to white. So only in some movies when you have flashbangs would that fade to white or flash to white would work in a light mode interface, but that's not a thing. So that is not necessary. I know we talked about having light mode, but I really think that it's not necessary and shouldn't be. Shouldn't be? Remove that what? Oh yeah. I can't click, but yeah. I don't know who did this. I'm not the creator of this. Light mode is used by most people, Cat. You're just not aware. Um like that's a fair point, yes. That is a fair point. Um Interesting. It works though, I don't care. Uh No, it's good. I think it's good. There are some things here and there that just makes no sense where sometimes a second ago something happened. Um what? Fine. It's fine. Um in the dev tool? It's still the same. It doesn't matter, to be honest. I had a good nap then. Um, blame blame me. That's the first thing. Blame Arc. Blame my connection to the internet. The fact that I'm on a Mac. You know, all day. All day. Okay. It's probably the truth. It's probably Arc. You know. I'm seeing things. God damn. Why do I see these things? Your icon for the circle crossed things at the top is not centered with the text. You don't care. It's not right now. You don't care about that. You should not care about that right now. That's the thing. It's not the time. It's not the time to do that. So don't do that. Don't think about it. Everything kind of works, which is the most important thing for me. And the views make sense, the position makes sense. Everything is kind of fine. And yeah. There is, however, zoom out. There is a latency. If you look closely, it's as if the border was like duplicating itself a second time, or if it was like 1 pixel and then 2 pixel of a border, which is potentially the case. I don't know. Maybe an opacity thing. It seems like it's both. It feels weird. But I don't know. I don't know. That's a very small detail on your main button element. Care about it. It's fine. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, you have reorganizing things. That's good. You know what? That's neat. You did good. The way that it interacts with each other is really good. So you did good on this one as well. That's really nice. That's really bad though, but that's really nice. Still. God dang. I like how your first page, I can see that. Your first page has the input field in dark mode instead of light mode when you're in light mode. And then in your second page, your edit is in dark mode, but your fields are in light mode properly. That makes no sense. Yep, that makes no sense. That's what it is. No sense. No sense at all. It's fun though. It is fun. Holy fuck. Oh, hell. Goddamn. Dying already. I've been forgetting take these meds. Not often, but kind of. Not as in I'm not taking them, but I'm like I usually take them at like 2 after lunch or something. And now it's been like 5 days. Where at 3.5 or 4 or something, I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe I need to take my meds because it's useful. That's interesting. I don't know why that happens, but that's interesting. But yeah, no, it works. It works. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It works. We have everything we need. I've seen everything I needed. Nothing else is necessary. You know, we're good. We're good. I have some stuff on the side that are kind of useful, kind of necessary to take a look at. And I'm just making sure that I have everything, goddamn, um, available, at least from this point of view. That's crazy. Um, yeah, that's one of them. This is really sad because, again, most of the thing that I've seen lately have been on Xiaongshu and not on any other platforms, or when they're on other platforms, they're on Threads, and so it's really different than the type of thing that I can show you in this and disclose, showcase on stream. Even though I will probably do that at some point, but yeah, the way that things work is just such an annoyance. Like I can't middle click on Xiangshu to get you to see things. Like it's just it doesn't work the same way. So you know. Um what did we have that is really good? There was there was this is one of them that popped up a lot, which is a new rendering of the timeline thing, which obviously matches with what I'm trying to build right now with the timeline based thing. I do like the side things right here in order to make sure that you have the right understanding of the day and then the content. But that's for um, how can I say that? This is for a timeline. This is for something that is chronological and based in time, whereas on my side, it's based in experience. So the fact that the date is there is not necessary. It's useful to know when things happen, right? Maybe you decided to wear that on a Sunday and then you wore that again on a Wednesday. That might be useful to know, but that's not the main point. Whereas here, everything regarding the timeline is chronological. It's like day one, day two, day three, and that makes sense because it's in order. But that's a thing. Interesting things to note, I would say. The other thing that I saw was this, which has a very nice stickers effect and other things for their animations, and they are using the same, not the same, but the same um, animation from the journal app that we talked about 2 weeks ago that just came out, which I forgot the name as always, for the passport thing. But it's a really nice transition. It's a really nice presentation of the content, and the whole system is pretty neat. The fact that they have like their passport, as in fake passport, but still passports, and then when you say exactly in which country you went, there is a stamp on your passport that is added, and you have your stamps in the app itself, and so on. Like all of these is really cool, and it looks nice. You know, it's a nice concept, I think. So that's one of them that I really liked. This person has done what I do on my own, so that's really good. Um, for those of you who have asked in the past, like, how do I get better in design? How do I get better in app design specifically? This is basically what I do. I go through the app onboarding entirety. I record my screen so that I have the entirety of uh, the flow. And once I have all of that, I will get the ability to just say, oh, yeah, I'm just wanting to pose right here, take a screenshot of this, continue moving on to something a bit later in the flow. That is 2 minutes of a long time. So like that's a nice thing to do. More details that you will then be able to find again when you are reopening that video later. That's neat. That is neat. I also saw good job me. I also saw this thing which is really cute. It seems to be very trendy in China to make custom keyboards. I don't know why, but they like it apparently. And they are still using the T9 keyboard for most of their things. So that's something. It's mostly something that is like Android based and not as much iOS based. But this one is really, really cute with all of the cats and their interactions. Um, like the cats in the background, the cats on top, and so on. So, like that's a fun thing to see. And a pattern to note, I guess. The cuteness of stuff is something that is coming back in some situation, in some regions. That's interesting. We also had this one, which I liked for one specific reason. The first version of the perfume app looked really, really similar to this without like exactly being this, but it was a very similar three horizontal scrolling thing for no reason with a lot of noise. And now it's just like so much better. But yeah, they have like a very interesting design overall on this one. Very green, very emerald colors. I do like. It's fun. It's nice. It is nice. Um, that's for later. We don't talk about this. We should talk about this. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we should. You don't know what I'm talking about. You don't know. You don't know. There is a half pattern. This is something that is coming back because it's something that we've done on stream in 2021. So it's coming back. But let me see if we do have more of these. Not really. Let me take that. So this is some sort of a pattern-ish situation where this type of design, the stamp slash stickers slash weird edges, is coming back. A lot of people are doing these, and some people are doing it well, some people are not doing it well. That's interesting to see. Figma is doing like a very good job at automating this, but there is more and more in that department of people that are doing these illustration type with the ticket versioning, ticket outline, ticket edges, and so on. That is the pattern. It's not just the Chinese Asian market, it's most markets, at least from my point of view. That's something to keep in mind. And then this one, I think, is the last one that I had on Xiangshu for today specifically, where basically crazy. This is the fake wireframes that I was talking about before, where people are going to show you exactly the output in a very limited version and then show you how things look. So that concept that they're presenting it in other versions, in like end of state version, same thing here. And so basically to me, what that means is they saw this one, they said this is really good, let me create the wireframe for this. And then once they had the wireframe for this, they did the opposite. So it's a bit of a retroactive wireframing situation, which I've seen happen often. But it's good to kind of know when these happens, because makes no sense otherwise. But yeah, that's the base on this one. We've had like a lot of other things on Twitter specifically, and I've seen. Go back to where we left last time. I feel like we stopped somewhere around here. We saw this one, obviously, and we saw this one. So we stopped on this. This is a weird concept, but it's interesting. So what they have done is that they have location and location, and if you draw a string in between the location from which you are or whatever to another location, it basically take current location to nearest location demands and then send you to Apple Maps. And this is really interesting. I don't exactly know how they have managed to define these things and or how they have defined like the state, the end locations. But as a concept, it's a very interesting way of presenting navigation systems in order to just go, oh, I'm right here, I need to go to the train station. Or I'm right here, I need to go to the airport. How do I do that? Like it's an interesting thing. However, obviously, I don't know how useful it would become for someone that does these like travel destination that often. Like you would be able to know. So I don't know, but it looks interesting. That's mostly it. Design looking interesting. This was really cool as well for the transition. So this is the native transitions, which I wish I could do, but I can't because I'm a dumbass. That happens. Very nice growing zoom in match geometry transition things. So that's fun to see, but also like the video itself is highlighting the glass. Toolbar items. Yes, toolbar items. That is something that we have seen, which is really interesting. The fact that Okin is saying that like on threads and here and me, we are seeing this type of design, which obviously we've seen because I've been building that for the past, I don't know, 7 years. And then in the real world, we don't have that separation. We have something that is really flat and straight. I feel like this is false because this doesn't really take into consideration the fact that at the top there is some content and navigation stuff, but the don't waste my precious space is something that I've seen from clients in the past. Some people just saying, well, we could have like one more line in the fucking table if we just didn't have the header, and then we remove the header because client has money and company likes money. So that's the thing. Going back to what I was saying, Gail has showcased this thing, which is the ticket version of the alerts for OBS that they had done last year. And so, again, coming back to the current design scene of tickets and edges not being like really flat and so on. That's a very interesting thing. We've seen this as well. Same thing, this is mostly for micro interaction in animation. This goes back to what Stony has done and what Jan has done as well with the background of the shadow, taking the color of the thing that is currently in the view in a way that just make more sense to have like a not unified, but like a more unified experience. The thing that I don't like about it is that it is exactly the video but blurred underneath, which means that when there is a flash cut, the background color is getting flash cut. When you look at what YouTube is doing, they are refreshing the background colors when the shot is changing by doing a smooth transition from the previous screenshot of the video to the current screenshot of the video. So if things are dramatically different, then the background of YouTube atmospheric thing, I forgot how they call it, is changing in a transition way and not in a we go from black to pure white in a split second. So there would be like a fade in the middle. That's a detail, but it could change the perception. It's a nice thing, anyways. We've had this, and this is something that I kind of wanted to talk about ish. In what I'm about to say is going to sound like I know what I'm talking about, which is not the case. So, brace yourself. That person has said that they have been building 70 plus apps in their whole career, and that most designers takes about 3 months to complete an app. And just said that they just built and shipped this crypto app in 21 days. And I don't trust them. I trust the fact that this is a crypto app and that the security of the funds and the creation of the app is probably riddled with bugs and other things in terms of the way that they have built it that makes it unsafe and not like maintainable in the long term. I haven't clicked on the threads itself because they say like here is exactly the process. So I'm expecting that this is basically just you know went through, I don't know, something like an AI somehow to just redesign the content. But I feel like there is like a lot of issues with these methods. The thing that I'm doing right now is an AI built apps, obviously, but it doesn't include or touch anything that is money related. So that's gonna be my main point. Most of the thing that they are talking about here is mostly designed, so that implies that their current current app was already pretty good. But in the first week, they said that they wanted something insane, which is kind of not, really good. But I don't know. I have like a bit of a feeling about it that is, I don't trust the 21 days. I believe that this is feasible based on the fact that I have had MVPs in like 2 days nowadays, so that's feasible. But just for crypto and for money related stuff, I don't know if I would trust the app. That's all I'm saying. I just wanted to talk about that quickly. And then Dimitri has done the thing that I kind of talked about last time. When Jaguar was displaying their new car, and now OD is creating their new cars as well, which look kind of similar in terms of finish. Lines are kind of similar. A lot of other manufacturers have similar lines to the Jaguar ones, kind of not as long, but kind of. And people are kind of into camp, but more in the we do like it, but not that much, but we do like it camp compared to the Jaguar ones that was just backlash all day because it was touching the heritage. But it's an interesting thing. I looked at the car from the inside. I like the look of it, obviously. I'm like, I don't know if there was like other pictures underneath. Maybe not. But yeah, it's a very interesting concept. Still, it's a concept car. So, other things, other interesting things. But yeah, no, that's just a very interesting thing where some people are brave enough to try new tech, new lines, new stuff, and others are just not until they see what could happen, and then they try. That's just a small detail. Just a small detail. This one was really, really cool. I wish I could, like, make you hear that whole thing. It was really cute. And going back to what we were saying earlier, right, of the overall, like, creation of music-generated stuff with synths and other platforms, potentially. This is the interface that we, as people that build music, are looking for, basically. We want to recreate the cables. Yeah, that looks like this at the end of the day. So, it's really neat. It is really neat. We've had this coming back. This is the 5th one that I'm seeing. This is something that I started with. I'm not gonna lie. This is some of the stuff that I did in school, in my first ever agency work in 2009, 2008, 8 or 9. I forgot. It's been a while. I basically had some banners and ads and other things for the product that we were working on for that client. And these are the type of ribbons that we added to the corners of the pictures, the corner of the box, the thing. So that's really fun for me to see that these things are coming back. And this is, again, this is not the first one I'm seeing in the wild. This is like the 5th one-ish in the past, like, 3 months. So they're coming back. If you don't know how to do these, because that's really simple, go on Pinterest. Also, this is really cute. Go on Pinterest and look for ribbon UI design. And you should find a ton of these that are like basically the thing that we used to do. And that is the base that you need to follow. This one is one of the easiest to do, but you know, like, you do whatever you want. Some of them in there are really bad, but that's the concept. You just have something that goes in front and then wrap around. So you need to understand the physics that goes with ribbons to make things like this. In order to create something really quickly, like a ribbon, you just need a rectangle. And once you have your rectangle, you know that you need that rectangle to go like above it. So you can duplicate it, put it a bit above and a bit on the side. And then the only thing that you need to do, make sure that this is right here and right there. And if these two are a tad darker, you have your ribbon. Roughly, that's the base. The only additional element that you would need is 2 triangles or 2 other shapes that would be right here to make the transition between the 2 shapes. What we usually do is take this one, we duplicate it, Command D, and we just take these 2 points, move them to match right about here. And that one, because it's coming from the side, it's either going to be lighter or darker than the initial. Let's make it a tad darker for now. That's your base. Then on the other side, you do the exact same thing. You have your ribbon. That is something that is going to be pretty simple to add. And if you just need it to be at the corner of an image, it needs to be at 45 degrees. Then you have your image going through or in right about here, for example. It needs to be underneath right there. Quick tutorial in 5 seconds for how to create these things. The main point is making sure that your image is exactly under your ribbon top section and that the rest of the ribbon is exactly placed in the same spot but underneath the image itself, so that you don't really have things that are overlapping like this, because that doesn't really exist. So once you understand this, you're good. You have your ribbons, you have your things. And so either you keep it straight like this, or you can 100% just now take edges of this and make it like more inside, which is what we had in the first place. And you need to change these edges as well. It's the same situation, but that is the easiest thing to do. And again, this is some of the stuff that I did in 2009. So that's old news for me, but it's fun. Interesting. It is interesting. This one was just dramatic aberration, or still popular, maybe popular, yes. But this time they have done like a bit of an interesting thing with the background itself, with having the effect, pixelated effect in the background, also being kind of chromatic aberration. That's a very interesting thing. I just liked it because it's a combination of like weird gradients, organic gradients, and chromatic aberration. That's it. That is it. I've seen these. This was mostly for Techie in terms of some of the buttons that could go in his like the social circle app. I forgot. Kyoto. Yes, probably. That design is really interesting. The glass, not glass, slash mostly 3D-ish things that happens in there is interesting and could match the vibe of the app, specifically that done button. So I just kept that for them. And that's about it. We had this thing, but this is like the native blow at the top. So nothing really interesting in there. It's just, that's the common thing. That is common. But yeah, we've seen all of that, which is our base. There has been other things related to which apparently G Fuel is changing name and continuing being G Fuel, which is really weird. The way that they have presented the information made it seem like they were shutting down. So that's the thing. Not that I care about G Fuel. I'm on another team, so no. But yeah, I don't know. It happens. Copy. Yeah. Other than that, I don't think I have much more, at least on here. That is interesting enough. I don't know if interesting enough is something, but yeah, that changes. I would say maybe the things on threads, but like that's gonna be ass. No reason. No reasons. I guess this one could be interesting. Yes, this one is interesting for no reason. And what is this? There was another one that was really good in terms of the presentation and the thing that they've done. But again, hard to find because it's threads. All the time. Yeah. I think. Yeah, the first one was really good. So this is one of them. They have this really interesting cards design. So the reason why I want to bring it up is this is using two different things that are native to iOS. Um, it's also available in Android, don't worry about it, but it's just like the simplicity of creating these types of cards inside of a native iOS app is really, really easy because you have the ability to change the content of the card based on the phase of said content. So the parent item is located at a specific index in the scroll view because that's a scroll view, and it changes, or a lot of things changes in their properties based on the phase relative to the initial positioning or the center of the scroll view. So if the card is in the center of the view, the animation is going to run and so on. Otherwise, if the card is going down, it's going to reverse the animation. If it's going up, it's going to accelerate the animation to go past where it's going to be. You can see that on this one, which is just like going in and out. And this one has some animated backgrounds that needs to be like reverted while they are going down. I'm kind of sad that we didn't go through to a third card on this. Would have been much more interesting to showcase. But it's interesting to see how this is making your interface a bit more organic and natural without needing like too much. So I think that's it. That's all I wanted to say. Then this one was fun. That's it. Nothing to explain. Or I mean, if I need to explain, I'm sorry. But yeah, it just happened. And then this one was really interesting as well to see the transitions and the thing that is happening as a new pattern. So what Denny has created last year, I would say, with that animation navigation thing at the top for Plan, the company that he's working for right now, is something that is some sort of a pattern, I would say. And so, even though they have been trying to achieve that level of smoothness, they are creating like that resizing. This is something that is a pattern in a lot of startups and other platforms. You get your navigation to be full width or widthed to the full width of the website in the beginning, and then on scroll, things happen to be a bit more condensed because it doesn't make any sense. Keep it like full width. It also like contain the navigation where it needs to be. That's a very interesting thing. The whole view, and specifically that transition right here, is really much a me thing. I love these cards, and I'm probably gonna steal them at some point. The reason why I like them is because they have like a lot of noise in the background. There's a lot of textures and really good overall outputs. But apparently, I broke something right here, so that happens. It broke. Yep, it properly broke. God damn it. It's a very interesting card. Other than that, the website is okay. As always, if we go back to what I said on Monday, everything in here is extremely basic. There is nothing crazy about this website other than taste when it comes to the imagery, taste when it comes to the fonts, and understanding of micro interactions and interactions animations through scrolls, or scrolly telling as it's called. So most of the things, if we go back to the top, are animated through the scroll and making sure that it it is on purpose smooth scroll, making sure that things just happen when they need to happen. If you go back or forward, you have the animation going through. Some of these animations are more complex than others, and so they take a bit more time to revert, but still really interesting to see all of the things that they've done to ensure that everything in that website is just scroll based, which is really bad. I hate it. But again, website on its own, really basic. Uh, if you remove everything that is not design, that sounds weird. If you remove anything that is not like visual addition, the website is really, 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 really simple. Like this card, for example, if I were to showcase this, yeah, hi, walk on in. How are you? Thank you for sharing the video on Monday. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Right? If we take a look at this for a second, we go into full screen so that I can see things. This is basically an image that is apparently not square. That's interesting. That's a new one. And then you have a block of text that is right about here, and a block of text that is right about here. And that block of text is a half and half. And that's it. That's the whole card. And what makes it interesting or good is basically the fact that the background itself has this texture, this non-animated texture, but still texture. The picture is saturated and it's a well done shot. The base is good, the radius isn't. But all of that makes it balanced and appreciated from the user point of view. So that's the thing. Again, a move. Everyone's moving. That's crazy. And don't worry about it. It's fine. Sometimes you have things that happens. You know, like same thing. This is really, really simple, really, really basic cards themselves. They just have the font. Congrats. Did they tell you why? Is it the same thing? Is it the same door, can't access, whatever thing? Think? I think that's the reason. Um, and did you do what I said, by the way, about that? Also, I'm just looking at this and I'm like, oh, this is an AI generated image. There's no question about it, because if it wasn't, there would be the strap on the arm, because right now that person is not holding anything. You know, that is not how it works. That isn't. It's not. So yeah, that's an interesting thing. That navigation is really simple and really common now. You have, oh, we keep that as references. So that's the thing. No, that's not the case. Did they tell you that they think that your prices are too expensive? Because that's crazy. I have a $200 buy-in on Can. It got approved on the first try, basically. So, yeah. You should be good. Also, the more expensive the things are, the bigger the cut they take. So they should probably be like, oh, you want a thing at $900? Go for it. we're gonna take 30%. Go for it. You know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean 450 is good. Sounds good to me. Morton, hi. Welcome on in. What did you try to buy? What did you get scammed on? And a 450 yearly subscription, if it's a subscription, it's pretty interesting. Mouse mat. Why? What happened? Did you buy something and then the quality is really shit? Mouse mats are not necessarily the things I'm aware of. But yeah, also, yeah, you have shared a very good video earlier on Monday. It's so slow. That's really good. You did really good. I know you said you wanted to have the reverse to also work, but for some reason it doesn't. I don't mind it much. I do agree that I would love to see the reverse, but you know, like it works. That's the most important part. It need to work. Because otherwise it's just makes no sense. The one that I have in mind obviously is going to be Pinterest, because Pinterest is pretty wild when it comes to these transitions. I wouldn't say that they are the best, but they kind of are the best, right? You go into the view and then it goes back. There is this really, really nice transition of how things are basically expanding and then loading from the view. So from what I understand, each individual image are the view itself, the view details. And so they can expand and then load the content. So when they exist with simply the title and the image loaded as default in their small state. And then when you click on it, they expand themselves to load the rest of the info at the top and then the rest of the related views that are basically the same thing. So that transition is interesting because you can go back and go back and go back and go back. But yeah, that's the interesting thing. Let me see if I can click on that link. Probably not. God damn. No, that's not how it works. Did you think it was some sort of a leather situation thing? And it's just a print? Is that what happened? Ah. The size is wrong? Interesting. The drag down or drag right is really nice. I know that if you have Twitter on your phone, the drag down to close an image is really interesting as well. I like that a lot. But yeah. Yeah, I mean 35. I'd probably go with like the biggest one. I need, if I were to, 30 is exactly what I need in depth, but then in width, if I go 60, it's kind of 60 is kind of not enough. So I would go for 80, 40, I guess, if I were to. That could potentially work. Maybe. 80 is a bit big. Did you complain to Amazon directly? Say it's just I bought the 60 by 35, and then you take one of these and you just place it on top. You take a picture and you say, well, this is obviously not. Obviously not. Also, that keyboard is weird. Not real. Not not a regular keyboard. That's interesting. Um, that is interesting. Weight stands? What do you mean by weight stand? Weighted stand? Oh, no, weight stand as in uh light stands with weights? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. um oh, different things. Yes, I see. Mm-hmm. 120. Yeah. And 45 is really small. Yeah. I think we have that in the gym. That would make sense. At least for me. It would make sense. Probably. And Stonio, so I just saw that I am on my end as well at 720. Um I don't know. The thing is, in your situation, that makes less sense than in Morton's situation. In Morton's situation, having something that is displayed as bigger than it's going to be, to make sure that you are buying the things right and you're getting access to the thing on expecting that it's like the right size, and because you don't know how size works, you're just like kind of surprised when you receive it. But you're like, okay, cool. It's their size. Maybe they are in inches and not in centimeters. I don't know. They don't know how to change values, or they're using the Chinese centimeters, which is different. We never know. Or the thing that makes no sense, at least for me, is you are getting something that is bigger than what you are supposed to receive. You order something that is smaller, and you're receiving more than what you've ordered. So that's weird. In that order, like in the getting more than what you bought in the first place situation. That's uncommon. That is uncommon. So yeah. Yeah. And by the way, for you specifically, for you, you, I guess. Um, in the app, I have, as I said, I have basically everything I need in order to make these transition um, work and have the proper transition. But right now, I still can't. And now that I have this change with the perfume bottles in each of the cards, if I tap on them, mainly because of the fact that this card specifically contain the name, the brand, the first notes, the year, and the perfumers, and in the bottle, which is exactly what we have here. Like we have the perfume, the name, the brand, and the first notes at the bottom. It should be so easy to do that transition, even if the notes were not taken into consideration and we just had name, brand, bottle as the transition. It should work, but it doesn't. So we'll see. We will see. I tried to do some opacity changes for the background to not be that colorful. I kind of want to have something that is um, like the light mode version. The amount of color we have on the light mode is a tad strong, but okay. And so this one might benefit from being like 60%, 80% opacity, whereas dark mode would benefit from being 40% to 60% opacity. And kind of, maybe, I don't know. And so that small detail, I try to put it in the background element itself, but when I'm doing this, everything is going with a different opacity, meaning that the fireflies and the orbs and the notes and all these are less visible. Whereas what I kind of want to have is my orbs colored in the background to be less visible, but the firefly to be as visible as they are now, which is like full opacity. That's a later thing. I will figure it out, but at least that works. The picture is the same. That's the thing that is really wild to me, is that I'm using the exact same image, and not in a different container things. Like it's right now, it is using the exact same thing. Let me see if I can have the bitch where you ain't right there. So in the code, I'm loading the image as in the UI image, which is the OG image that I'm preloading, which is same thing if I have the OG image by default. And then in my row, I am using the exact same element with the exact same settings, except the frame width, because that's the difference. But that's it. And so that whole like VStack right here should be in a namespace and so on, but for some reason it just doesn't want to work, and I don't get it. So, yeah, I know. What you're doing is you have two different container, but they are loading the same data, and I have the same data in two different container. Basically, I think that's the situation. But I just need to reorganize some context and things in order to make sure that they work together. But yeah, that's why I now have access to this. I wish it wasn't in light mode all the time, but that's the thing. I shared that on Discord earlier today, and this is a very interesting website slash blog that give me exactly what I need. Like, you want to achieve this thing, which is like a short or something. Here is exactly what you need to have. You need That's the code for the first version. That's the code for the second version. And then the way that you use it, you just do that. And then you're done. And you have your thing that works. And they have been doing this for I don't know how long, but long enough. And this one wasn't here a second ago. So now there is this thing that just popped in, apparently, September 3rd. And they are giving me exactly what I need with the explanation, with the understanding of how things can be used and so on. You know, it's really neat. That's loud. Yeah, like that's the thing that they wanted to have or showcase, right? You just want to have a button that morph into two things based on the position on the onboarding, and that's the code. And then you have everything, and you can just follow through and do the things and be done with it. It's really nice. So, you know, with that in mind, it's shared if you are into Swift UI and stuff. It is shared currently in the resources, I think. So that I will have access to it because sometimes I forgot. But not forget. But yeah, that's the thing. I would say though, the view that I have on my phone with the orbs and things is really processor heavy, and that's kind of bad. But yeah, anyways. So in that specific website blog thing that I was talking about, there might be things for you. But since you're using mostly web-related stuff and non-native, I think that might be a bit more complex. But I don't know. I do not know. And then to make sure that you get your app on the store, I would rather have a slimmed down version for the first version, right? You not publish, but like you ask them for the first review with something that doesn't contain the store, that doesn't contain other things, right? And then once they review that and they validate it, you can then just say this is a new version that contain the store environment with these things that are currently in the store. And now that you know that they will complain about the prices, you can say, like, yes, this is the right price and so on. Hugo, have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself. Thanks a lot for being here, as always. We'll see you soon. Yeah. The thing in the tax related stuff, let me see if I have access to that. I probably have, but dang. The thing you have in the payment and financial reports things, but also the thing that you have in your business related content is going to be the important stuff. And yes, these are forms, or there are forms in the business related things to get or have access to. The subscription in in-app purchases. God damn, that brain really tired. So that's interesting, but basically you need them if your testing section is containing the financial related stuff. Like I know, it's weird. But there is something good about it in a way where you're like, well, if I have this that works and this is like on point and so on, everything is supposed to be working, and therefore when I'm going into the in-app purchases, everything is supposed to be working and so on. So, I kind of get it. But yeah, Techie, hi, welcome on in. We were talking about you a second ago. Have some design inspiration for you. Yeah, we changed the system to get through. I'm doing the encoding instead of which is doing the encoding, which is really bad for streaming on YouTube, which is fine. I don't care. But yeah, I saw this earlier today, and I thought that this would be pretty interesting for you. So it's an interesting physical, non-physical thing. It reminded me of some of the apps that you like, and so that's why I kind of kept them right there. Mostly these kind of tag badges. I don't like them, to be honest. I think they have some issues with the alignments, but some of these could work for you. Not entirely, but could. And the first one is mostly exactly what I said for the notification section. So that might be interesting for you. Again, this is just there, an option, just stuff. And as always, when someone is creating some things like this, and you're like, well, that looks interesting, but that's not exactly my style, they might have in their whole media section a lot more stuff that is more aligned with what you wanted to have, like shit like this, which is a subtle gradient in the edge corner of the field. You can see that this is like way lighter than what it is here. So basically that means that the eye itself, when it's open, it's kind of green for the entire field, but potentially when it's closed, it's kind of gray for the entire thing. So it doesn't really take in too much space, and it really hints to the user that there is something in there that is like, turned on and so on. So yeah, as always, going into their profile is going to give you like more stuff. And again, I said that many times, and I will say that again, and I will say that again many times. It's probable and potential that you arrive on their profile and you think that everything they've done is shit. Like, that is an option. It happens. You can go on my profile and be really inspired by one of the posts that I've made, and then you see the other thing that I've done and be like, well, this is shit. This is not good. This is not exactly the same thing that they have done. There is many reasons, and that's fine. But it's just sometimes, that works and that's interesting. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's just like boring and basic. It depends on the person and how you see it. Like, that. So don't be too harsh on the person itself. Like, maybe they had a very good day on this. Maybe they have a very good project manager. Maybe they have a very bad project manager on the rest. You don't know. If they can do that now, but anything that is done before is kind of shit, you can see the progress, which is always what is interesting. So, anyways, that was one of them. And then we had other things that I kind of saved. What is this? Where is this? Not bad. I think this one was mostly for you on Monday. For the App Store screenshot. And it feels like something that is like that could match the vibe that you have when it comes to how the app is presented, with big ass text and small presentation of the content and the phone itself. So yeah, this is not my timeline. This is just the likes. So my timeline is way different, way different. And then that is the last one that I had that I kind of talked about on Monday. I feel like this is really good for you, or could be really interesting for your cat icon, potentially. If I, yeah, think I think that could work for you. As a potential, um, you know. Yeah. But yeah, other than that, um, that's I think that's about it. The rest is mostly like other things. I didn't have anything last week that was very much oh, this is something for techie for sure. You know. Good, that happens. Um but yeah, I don't remember anything else that was like, oh yeah, 100% for sure. Um that's the base. Yeah, that was nice. It was a nice addition to things, and then we stopped last week on this. You've seen Nate. You've seen Nate. So we're good. Did you work on the thing that we talked about on last week's streams, by the way? Um, Everyone is doing the same things. That's crazy. We have an article to kind of talk about. This is mostly for the devs around here, but also for the designers, but mostly for the devs. Um, Damn, that's a flashbang and a half. Uh, so in the reading list, I had it a post by Josh, and not a post, but kind of a post by Smith, or Smith Diction. And these two are really nice. So the first one is a friendly introduction to SVG by Josh, and he's been doing a very, very good job, as always, presenting the data in a way that is designer friendly, dev friendly, anyone friendly. And so this whole thing is understanding how the SVG works, what they have, how they are, like how they are created, and some of the thing that is in there that I like a lot that most people don't know is that SVGs through Figma are kind of shitty. Yes, Theo made a video about it, and I just received a newsletter from Josh. So same thing. At the end of the day, Josh posting a thing, Theo is getting the mail. I'm getting the mail. Everyone's getting the mail. It makes sense. So when you are looking at everything that is written in there, what most people have when I'm creating an SVGs through Figma, I'm getting a path. I'm not getting a circle, I'm not getting a polygon, I'm getting a path. That's the output. 99% of the time is going to be a path because of how much more complex the things are. However, if we go back to the animated thing at the top, this is a fucking SVG. That whole thing is an SVG. And so that is a combination of path and other shapes. And so when you export through Figma, you get something that is absolutely incomprehensible because it's just like path, point, location, goes to point, location, goes to point, location. A bit of a mess. But once you understand how these are created, you have a pretty nice understanding of what could happen. by the fact that this is the style that is included inside of the SVG element itself. And so basically, when the style is going into the content of the focus circle inside of said SVG thing, then you get the animations, you get the transition, you get the thing that you want to do, and so on. All of that is really, really good. You have a ton of really cool presentation of how things work. These have really, really good small details here and there to showcase what is active, what is non-active, and so on. And it has like a nice audible clicks for these things. But most of that, if you have no understanding of how SVG works and how SVG have been created in the past, this whole article is really, really much appreciated and will help you as a dev, as a designer, as anyone that is looking for understanding how graphical element can be done inside of a code file. That's a very good thing. So would highly recommend you to just take a look at it. I didn't really know about this section of the viewport or the view box situation. I thought the view box was automated based on the content, and apparently it's not. So that's interesting. What it means is that basically every time we have the view box, which is right about here, like 300 by 300, when we're creating an SVG in Figma, the view box is automatically added as the size of the element itself and not necessarily the thing. So it's really nice. I didn't really understand this thing before, and now I do, so that's nice. We like it. And then there is like other things in there that are like related to animation, related to path drawing or path animates. And as always, because Josh is really good, this whole thing is an introduction to his future potential really soon course on animation in SVG. So, you know, it's a bit of an upsell situation, but it's a nice thing. Most of his content is good. I know he's done stuff for devs, mostly like CSS and React, but But yeah, this is a very, very good article, very good thing to follow, and Josh is always a very good person to follow and read, doing really good stuff. So take a look at it if you're into SVGs and learn about it. This one, however, I posted it so in the Discord again, and it makes a lot of sense. This is, as they say themselves, this publication is a behind-the-scene look at what goes into branding projects with Miss and Diction brand project thing. So, what does that mean? Most of these articles are going to be branding related. So if you're not into branding, that doesn't really make any sense for you to just follow that. But if you're interested in getting like better branding overall, you can go into whatever creation they have and read everything about a specific project that they have had to work on. Everything is good almost every time. Obviously, there are some of them that I don't like because it's just not my style, but most of the thing that they have created is really, really good. They go into the research, the understanding, the reasoning behind their choices, what made them select some specific things, and how they went into the creation process for these specific things again. And so all of that is really, really interesting, I think. Personally, I like it to make sure that you understand, as a designer, you understand what can go behind the whole branding process. But this one, for example, for living is interesting as well. It's a lot more organic. If I go into Alma, they are using a lot more AI generated images. They say that themselves. Um, for all of the composition, like all of these have been AI generated visuals that they have created in order to create these more engaging structure and posters and things. And it's really, you know, it's interesting. It's a nice, interesting concept, ID, and so on. All of that, same thing, really cute. Just makes other things interesting in terms of cutout and design direction and so on. Um, yeah, it's like they are doing some things that are making sense for the use of AI. But then again, I feel like some of these are a combination of, um, and it's probably like a mix of the picture that they had for potentially the corn, potentially the cherries, and so on, and then the cutout of the other things in order to generate something that makes more sense to that specific brand. Like this is, I would say, this is a style um, that Flavia has, or at least for me, Flavia has a very similar presentation when they do the presentation things. Goddamn, get out. Um, we've seen like very similar cutout, leaf things, illustration, whatever that they have in the past, and so that is, I would say, similar. And so doing that through the old-fashioned way of going through magazine and other publication and taking what you need and so on, or doing that through AI generation, I don't know. Um, Interesting. That's wild. Um, that is interesting. Yeah, that's weird. That is weird. Also, that's sold out already. Goddamn. Goddamn. But yeah, nonetheless, that's my point. These ones are interesting. I think they made a good choice in potentially going into AI generation for the concepts in order to get something quickly. But at the end, I don't know if these ones are fully AI generated or not. Like it feels pretty much proper illustration, proper photo manipulations and animations. So either I'm too old and now I'm getting fooled by AI, that's fine, it happens. Um, or I don't know, or they just use that AI generation in the first place to go through their research phase. And then once they had understood the research phase and the thing that they wanted to then have in the app, they went through proper channels in order to get like the right photography, the right things here and there. But I don't know. I don't have any information about this. Um, but yeah, nonetheless, doesn't change anything in the fact that most of their projects and presentations is really good. Um, will explain a lot of how they went through the process and figured out exactly what was needed for that client specifically, and so on. Yeah, I think it's better to mention it, to be honest. Um, Yeah, not really, to be honest. This is the type of shit that we have seen in the past, um, by other people to create like photo shoots and other things. So I wouldn't say that this is like hard to do. Like most of them are really, really classical illustration stuff. And if I go into foundation, bitch, it is foundation that I have. Um, huh? That's me. Uh, in do I have one of Daya thing? Daya might be one of them. Daya is someone that is creating like flower based art. And these are 3D made with nope, not this one. What's the fucking name? Um I forgot the name of the very specific software that we use for volumetric and particles things. Houdini? No. Yes? No. The other one. I forgot. It's been a while. So the thing that you have in here are really similar to me, and these are really feasible. So, but then I get it. If they want to create that with AI, that's fine as well. I understand that both would be good. This one is potentially the easiest thing to do. The sad thing is the reference that I have in my head for pictures that are like this is from a porn director that is living in, I think, Berlin right now. She's really good at many things, but the reference pictures that I would have is porn related, so I can't really show you that through your stream. Sorry. Uh, but yeah, but she does like ethical porn with other creations that are more artistic than regular porn stuff. So there have been some photo shoots that are related to this. I guess I would be able to potentially show you things on Instagram because her Instagram is safe. Um, with no reasons, you know. Um, uh, nope, nope. Obviously, I can't find her. God damn. Nah, fine. Not today then. Not today. Um, but yeah, like I have some references that exist that I know of that are very very similar to this, uh, and I also have like very similar things in 3D creations that are interesting, different, and so on. So, but yeah, Daya is one of them that is doing these types of illustration. Denise was doing very interesting things as well that are like really cool. And so it seems surreal. It seems really impractical and like non-feasible in the creations of something, but they still achieve something. This one is really 3D like it looks like a 3D thing, which I don't really like, but it's fine. And some of the other things, the one that I own and some of the others are, you know, interesting, different. But they are 3D made and they work. So yeah. And I going back to what I was saying before you shared that link, I do think that it's good that they are disclosing the fact that they are using AI for the generation of the images. At the end of the day, I don't know if they have used AI for the entirety of the generation, but you know, at least we know. And if you are someone that doesn't want to be associated with AI generation stuff, if you are someone that don't want to like do business with these type of companies, I feel like it's easier if they disclose it rather than you don't know and then the end you just end up being like, oh shit, that was AI all the time and I was supporting something that doesn't vibe with me. So, like that's a I think that disclosure is good enough. The thing that I'm seeing here though, you know, I hate these bitches. They are like logging me out every time. All the time. Scriptures on there. This is really similar. Eh? Interesting. Interesting little wasp thingy. Again, I'm not saying that they have copied anything on this. Having the idea of a wasp is not. This is not. I mean, pattern matching this is one of my projects, so yeah. I recognize the things that I've done in the past. For sure. For sure. But yeah, these ones are uh, interesting and similar to some of these research that we've done as well. But that's a bee. And we did wasp. So, yeah. That's an old project. A very old project. Ah, but I cared. Yeah, I don't. So I do agree with you with the fact that AI wasn't necessary for this, and that's probably the main point. However, if you have a business, um, it's just going to cost way less. That's the thing. So even if um, they bought like an image pack because that exists, right? You have images that exist on Adobe stock photos or Getty images or whatever, and they have like a license for sure. It might just be easier to then use these images that are from the license that they have, and then use AI to generate patterns and composition faster because like we have the source, we have the things. Instead of asking for an intern to do something and that's going to take 3 days, they can just instantly, based on these images, create some things, and do that. I so again, I don't know. They haven't really disclosed what AI stuff they have used in there. They have only said in the captions of things, of some things, to be honest, um, that. Yeah. Like basically they have kind of um explained it. I didn't read the entire thing. Absolutely right there. But um but I feel like this is probably gonna come from Adobe stock. Um, Probably, maybe, I don't know. Again. And in Adobe stocks directly, there is already some sort of AI generated images they aren't creating themselves and that we have access to if you have access to this. You know. So yeah. Uh, have a good rest of your day. And take care of yourself. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah. You know what? I thought the same, and I would kind of disagree. Specifically because of how specific things can be. So right now, um, I am currently looking at this. I talked about it last week and on Monday. I am in need of all of these images in a better quality than what we have right now. Because right now we have them in what I call a potato, or potato and a half, or a branch of potato, a quarter of a potato. This is not good. And finding stock pictures of exactly bergamot, exactly uh, bigarade, bitter orange, blood orange, blood orange probably an option, but like these extremely specific, um, it's gonna be kind of hard to find and ensure that that output is true. However, going back to what I was about to say, creating these things through an AI generator thing is going to be even more challenging because, again, a bergamot and a fucking lemon is the same for an AI. It looks the same, and the difference is probably not going to be perceived at all. So, that, with the fact that right now I'm just showing you the first 20 out of a small amount, um, yeah, that whole thing is really complicated to like ensure that we have the right pictures, the right thing, the right whatever. The fact is, at some point, we also had to create or showcase the molecule themselves and not pictures because these don't exist. These are synthetic. There is one that is one of the weirdest one, which is diving suit. If you're into perfume and you have a perfume that smells like a diving suit, that's one of the notes. So, with that in mind, it's not much in mind. It is like a lot of things that basically need to either be found or potentially be reused, as in the bourbon whiskey and the liquor could have been the same glass. The red wine and potentially like another wine would have been the same glass. The rum here could be the same glass as something else. You get that, and user would never know. But if you want to have something that, beer and beer ale, all right, fine, you could have used the same image. Anyways, all I'm saying is that these, for the finding specific stock pictures for all of these, this is way more complex than I thought it would be, and potentially creating approximated images through like an AI generated in the first place to get something would be easier. I won't do that because I'm not really someone that does this, but still, good. Um, the other thing that I do like and I wanted in the first place is to create some of my first the wrong scene. That's not what I wanted to do, but well, it's not a raid. Um, cut that. That is not a raid. The thing that I wanted to do is on my drive. I don't know if I have it. I have made a perfume app a long time ago. A long time ago. It's not. Khalil has been MIA. We were supposed to have a chat yesterday and didn't. Yeah, didn't pop in. So I don't know. Where is this? Where is this? Thank you. We'll take a look at that. I forgot the names, obviously. Yeah, I can't find the thing. It's fine. Yeah, I agree. Basically, a long time ago, I did I did a perfume app-ish situation. And obviously, because I'm looking for it, I can't find it. Can't be this one. Can't be this one. The thing, it. I can't find it. That's not it. Who was the client? That's my question right now. I don't know who was my client for this. And obviously I can't read, so that doesn't help. Could I see that better? No. Goddamn. That doesn't help. Uh, yep, I don't have it. Fine. Anyways, I had an idea a long time ago, and we worked on something for scientific illustrations when it comes to plants and other things when it's in the um, on rums and bottles and things. We talked about it before. It's right there. Like these illustrations on that bottle from is something that we did with my ex a long time ago now. But yeah, that's the type of thing that we did. And so finding illustrations like this, for example, for each of these notes and elements for perfumes would be really good, at least from my point of view. And finding illustration or asking someone to do said illustration for each of the 2000 notes that we have right here, it's gonna be kind of complicated and not necessarily the most financially sane thing to ask for and pay an artist to do. And doing it myself will take way more time than if I just decided to cluster things together and reduce them to like, okay, so anything that is cognac based or anything that is whiskey based is kind of the same glass or glass shape, or basically just saying, well, everything that we have that is related to drinks, I know that we will have martini glass, we will have cognac glass, we will have whiskey glass, we will have beer glasses, and so on. So I could centralize into glass shapes, but like that would be potentially 20 illustrations. And then I still have like 1700 to do. So all of that is a lot. Denny, hi, welcome on in. Enjoy the vacations, enjoy the play. And things. But, you know, like that's the. Yeah. That could be AI generated in some situations, but also it could be composition based, and that's it. And food photography, there is like a lot of people that are doing food photography. I'm looking at this waffle thing because that's the central, fine, you know, things, whatever. It's right there. And if I just go into my own Instagram and we go far enough in the past, you will find that a long time ago, right about here, I have been doing these types of food picture from the top, like top-down shots, often on a lot of plates and things that would potentially work for the thing that you just shared. And they are high quality and so on. But you know, like that's the type of thing that I used to do for fun. Just because, well, why not? And it's you know, it's a thing. It's fun. It's nice. Yeah, I mean, consistency is really simple though. That would be the easiest thing to do, specifically because of how you prep for these things. You want to make sure that your camera is already or always in the same spot, that your your bowl or your plates is always in the same spot. So you have like tape on the floor or on the table to place the things and so on. Like food photography is something that is really, really, really common. So that, you know, happens often. I wish this existed still, but it doesn't exist anymore. I'm so sad. Uh, and you know, like I don't want to say that food photography is the easiest thing to do, but it is simple. It's repetitive and it needs to be perfect in order to make sense. The amount of time that I had to get in and just like wipe the bowl on the side like this when I didn't do it because I didn't pay attention on this day, but like wipe the bowl to make sure that it didn't have any yogurt on the side and, you know, be good and so on. That happened often, but then we also wanted in some cases to have things that were more organic and natural, and therefore going with things that just still were not like perfect in place, and that makes sense. So, you know, just composition, presentation, and then playing with the camera angles, the content, the whatever. Yeah, it makes sense, you know. Nonetheless, that's the same thing. Going back to my 1,700 fucking notes and my potential goals of having them um, uh, in illustrative modes rather than pictures, even though both would work. AI generated illustration would be easier and faster and cheaper than hiring someone to do that. Even though I would love to, I don't have the funds because I don't have the funds to buy food for myself yet. Still, I mean, I do, but not really. So, you know, again, if I'm going into plush, I can go to a calendar. She's fully booked, and I would have loved to use or book her for the illustration type because these are really, really different, but also really, really good. These are badges. She's doing badges for very specific price, and one badge is $30. And well, I'm not, you know, I'm not good at math, but if it's 30, I would love to be able to pay Plush that amount. Like I would, but I can't. And some of the things that are also going to be in there are extremely complex in order to properly like differentiate the Katsurarif and the lantana leaf. Like that, it's going to be very complicated, and a lot of them are looking very much the same. So that's that stuff. Um, and yes, also I'm reading your previous message. Yes, if you work for a design agency that has photo shoot for food, you basically need to be on that day available to take back that pizza home, to take back that salad home, because you know it needs to be eaten. Otherwise, it's not food waste. But yeah, um, yeah. But that's the thing, right? So I would love to commission Plush for this. Um, and I, it would make a lot more sense. It would help for a lot of things. I have so many projects that I would love to have this style of illustration for, just because it it breaks the vibe so much. You are not expecting these illustrations for something that is so corporate in some situations. The thing is, she's fully booked until uh currently. I think she's fully booked until December. Yeah, she's fully booked until December already, and then she hasn't reopened the books for January. So far, she's just booked, and it's taking the time that it needs to take. Thing is, the app needs to be released and on the store by the end of the month for me. Like that's my deadline. The sooner the better. But I wouldn't be able to get her to do anything. So with that, that's where AI could come into the play, even though I don't want to. Um, Getting the illustrations and the images either from stock images or from generated images for some of the bases or family things, that could be faster. That could allow me to have something sooner. If we go into the family section, because that's the gonna be the most efficient, I would say. Where the fuck you ain't? Notes. There. So in the families, right? If I had these first 12, 15 families with a bit of an illustration base to it, right? Anything that is citrusy is going to be a citrus type, lemon type thing, like agrum situation. Fruity is going to be most of the fruits and so on. That is easier to do, and that's simpler to create and find through stock pictures, even free stock pictures. Anything that is green, that's kind of wild and uncertain. Like a green thing means so much. Usually in perfume, it's usually greenery and not like just the color green, but it depends on the people. Anything that's spicy is going to be similar to other things, you know. So this is feasible, but then in my notes base stuff, I already have so much that would benefit from an illustration. But then again, maybe not, because that's a lot. So there is that. And then there is also the fact that if it's an image, if it's image based and I'm creating things that are like PNGs, these things are going to take a lot of space in the binary that needs to ship with the app. And if I have 1500 100 kilobyte images, it's going to take a lot of space. So, you know, that's the thing. 1 second, I need a pee. But yeah, you're also right. I could get away with not using icons and not using um, like images and things and just have the names, which is the current state of the design. The design is just using the names and nothing else. But the current state of the platforms, and that's the thing. If I'm looking for um, a perfume here, like let's say I'm looking for erratic. I know key is brief. um, if I go in there as a user that is like used to get these, I am seeing like these images often, and I recognize these images because it's the one that I see every day when I'm using this website. If I'm using Fumo, and let's look for the exact same entry. That's a new one. um, so I have different versions of said nodes, and the images are really, really small, but they are kind of similar. They are like something that people are used to. They are expecting something. If I go back to Flavia, because that's my main inspiration for what I want to achieve, and I think I'm gonna need to go into mobile version for one of these. If I go into whatever bottle, it doesn't really matter. What I want to achieve is this. I want to make sure that I have my bottle, which is currently what I have, and then the ability to show you the flavor profile of the perfume. And so using that transition situation thing where you can see what comes out of the bottle and all of these illustrations that we have right there, and that obviously are available in full screen on desktop rather than having like the whole transition. It makes sense. They have done the executive choice of saying that sweets is going to be this, right? And so sweets is just like something that is sweet, and that's it. So they have not the entirety of the notes, but they have most of them. And so when you're looking at things like this and you go into something that is warm, what the fuck is warm? I don't know. Something that is spicy, what the fuck is spicy? This is like a wild spicy. So they have used, based on what I said, mostly the olfactory families rather than anything else as a threshold off to just subcategorize the content. So anything that is related to citrus might be in a citrus related things. However, some of them are such different flavors and different notes that we would want to have these into different illustrations. So going back to where we were here, cedar, pine, pine tree, and fir. That's fir is some sort of a pine ish, and then wormwood and cypress is not the same, but it's kind of the same. It's the same family ish to an extent, like long distance cousins. And then you have molybdenum or molybdenum. Molybdenum is the pen. Elmi and umberet. These three are some sort of resins or some sort of stone resin things. But they really are different. But when you look at them, they kind of look similar-ish. It's a mess. It's a mess. And some of them are so noticeable and notable notes, as in nutmeg, couldn't be anything else. Thyme couldn't be anything else. Lemon couldn't be anything else. Like I couldn't use a vague citrusy things. Because if I had an image with like lemon, bergamot, um, the other ones, the nails ones, it wouldn't work. So that it no way. That's all I'm saying. It's not the best. It's not the easiest thing to do, and ensuring that I'm getting proper representation through colors, because that's the first thing that I have, that's a good start. Through illustration, that would make things much better, but it's not necessary. And it is something that could come in version one something, right? In beta it would be like 0 point something, but then in 1.1 that would be the first version. It could. Not saying no, but you know, good. This bottle looks really good. I wish it wasn't eBay. That's the sad thing. That wasn't hinted as an ad. So that's my current situation. I kind of have some issues with the notes themselves based on the amount that we have and the availability of that thing. And it could and it would be extremely benefit from the user familiarity to make sure that things work. But yeah, I am past that. I think I showed you last time. My MVP is here. That's version 0. That was the first version that had everything working with everything that I needed. I could have released version 0 in August 2nd. And then I just had more IDs. And more IDs. And more IDs. And now, on September 2nd, September 3rd, I'm like, you know what? Maybe we could add this. Maybe we could change this thing. Maybe we could make that a bit better. You know, just as an ID. No, nothing else. It's just an ID. It could work though. It could work. Which, by the way, let me add a fucking spacer here. And let's remove this one. I feel like this could be better. But then... I don't know. That if is pretty good though. It's just there. Anyways, my brain is just in the fucking divider right now. I'm thinking about it. Do I add this dot in the center, right about here, to get this thing here? And I don't think that's a good idea. So, more stuff. So yeah, I could be able to. Subpar, hi, welcome back. I've been bad, but I'm better, which is good. That sounds kinky as fuck, but that's what happened. Since the last time you've been here, I've had a heart condition, which is not pretty good, and it happens. Um, so that's a fun stuff, but now it's fine. I mean, it's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. I have medications. Uh, I wish I didn't, but I do. Yeah, I. This is gonna be a me thing. The apps that I am creating, the Japanese app, the perfume app, and so on, these are technically existing apps to an extent with a better design and somewhat of a better UX or better behavior for some things that the existing apps don't do properly or don't do well enough compared to what I like to do. But technically, they do exist. And I know. And I'm adding something or changing something that makes sense to me. So it needs to be original enough in any other aspect of the app in order to potentially be successful. If the thing that I have in my head is, I don't know, Tinder, but for your apartment, right? You're looking for a flat and you are creating a Tinder-like things where you can just see the pictures and then you swipe right or left. And if you swipe right, it just goes into it's send an application for you to potentially get the flat or at least get like a viewing, right? That's the thing. And so I've I've been an app like this in 2013. So in the agency that I was working at, so that's why I have it in my head. The way that we made it in order to make it stand out was it was one of the first Tinder for flats apps, and since then there have been like a lot. But right now, if I'm just doing a Japanese language learning app that is focused on vocabulary, there is already like 50 of them. So in order to stand out, I needed to do something that just make myself stand out visually, or at least for me, visually, or in the way that things work. And that's not gonna work. Yep, that's what I thought. God damn it. Cool. And so if I go into can right there, the differentiating thing from a visual standpoint is the design. That's the first thing. The differentiating things from a user experience point of view is the fact that if I don't make a mistake, I'm not slowed down. I just go through things at my own space, which can be really fast if I know how to answer or how to answer things. But if I'm making mistakes, it just stops me there and it says, well, this is the right answer and you just made a mistake. That is something that the other apps don't give me. Duolingo had an A/B test last month with something very similar. And then the other point is most other apps don't let you choose what you want to learn. So I'm letting you choose whatever you want to learn. You just need to buy the fucking dictionary, which is a bit of a strain. But that's something. That's good enough. If you are into fashion, you just go in the fashion dictionary, you find the thing that makes sense. It seems to be working for you. It seems to have all the thing that you want. Maybe that would work for you. You can buy the fucking dictionary. That's the thing. Other apps like Duolingo and such will not necessarily give you anything. They just give you are currently in the make plan to go out section, and until you reach the end, you will be able to go into the connect two adjectives together section. You can jump, but if you jump, it will mean that you need to go through this whole thing. Potentially, you don't. Yeah, it's a nice one. It's a small one. It's been, I've been at it for a bit. But that's the thing. I don't know all of these things, and I have no interest. I mean, I do on making plans to go out. That makes sense. But let's say I don't have any interest in the previous version, which is like describing a wedding. I don't give a shit. I would have loved to be able to change the subject. Like if Duolingo changed the subject of the section, if they could do that, and they could do that for sure, that would make my own app kind of useless, because it just gives you vocabulary but not anything else. And so here, if they said described a concert instead of a wedding, perfect. Yes, of course I'm gonna learn that because it's the same concept. It's describing an event, describing something that happens. Here, I'm making plans to go out. Next month or next week, I'm gonna connect two adjectives together. And right now I'm kind of stuck. So my main thing here is to make sure that you have access to the thing that makes sense to you. And so if you are into design, you go into the design dictionary and then you practice these. You make sure that you have your own content and so on. Right now on Preview, I don't really have anything different. I mean, the collection view is basically what other apps have. You track who or what perfume you have in your collection, and that's it. That's usually what they have. And then in there, you have the ability to rate them and put them in your favorites. Potentially, you had some details, noting, grading, scoring things. I'm adding the timeline and the journaling section. And most importantly, based on your collection and other factors, I'm bringing a recommendation system. And so that recommendation system is giving you as the user a bit more information about what could work for today. So that if you have a collection that is like more than 10 or 20 perfumes, you might not know exactly in the morning what to wear today and so on. And so the app would just be like, well, today we could try Lavs because it works with the weather, it works with your collection, it works with you haven't tried this one yet. So, like that's a potential option in things. But that's the base. The rest of the app, like the central part of the app, is very similar to what the user are used to. But then again, I'm bringing like more design stuff and more UX changes in order to make sure that it works. Works. We'll see, but works. So yeah. Yeah. The thing that is like for you, for Kyoto, it's like since the one from last week kind of died and the app is not available and they changed the name on LinkedIn and all the things that you talked about, you are now the only platform available, which basically ensures success as long as you can market yourself enough to say, hey, we are replacing that app that just died. Like, we are the ones that are currently taking over because we loved this platform and therefore we want to still have access to a platform similar. So here is what we're doing. And you basically don't have anything like Yeah, you don't need to worry about anything because there is only you for now until someone else comes over and say, well, here is what we do now. It's the duplicate of this app that just died, and it's exactly the same. So, yeah. The thing that I would potentially say um, for you is you might want to get something that is like, um, you might not have been here when that happened. You might want something like this. What is this? There. Light. Light. This is a mental pricing model that is way different than what most people are doing. And I did that for Stony, and it's kind of fun. And so the goal that I have identified in most of the thing that people don't like, um, subscription. They don't like, I mean, they do like one-time payment and so on. And what we have, or what I have thought about, is since the system is based on self-hosting and open sourcing and so on, people are willing to pay a bit more in the beginning to support smaller projects. And so if I was saying, that's basically what I said here, if you start with a price of 100, like of 100 bucks a month, and when you reach 100 paying users, it decreased to 69 bucks per month. And when you reach 1,000 paying users, you decrease to 35 bucks a month. That like basically push the community to be a community and grow itself really, really fast. What happens is from there, right, at 50, you go down to 80, 100, and so on. With that in mind, that very, very simple change, when you are making, when you have like 100 paying users, you are basically making 6K a month. When you reach your next milestone of 10 times that, you are making 37,000 a month. And when 37,000 a month, which is like 35 bucks per user per month, you decrease that to whatever the next is, you have been making 37,000 a month until you reach 10,000. And now you are making 204K a month. And based on the fact that the user base that you have on Amino and the potential user base that you will have would roughly place you on the 10,000 users to 100,000 users on day one. That implies roughly 1,000 users to 2,000 users paying. That would cover the cost of a lot of things. So with that, at least from my point of view, and then that's the whole things from analysis of the market and so on. If you were to say something like you are getting the OG pricing situation, and you're saying OG pricing is going to be a bit more expensive because you are supporting the platform as a base because you don't want it to die like Amino did. You will have a discount on your payment every time we reach a certain milestone. With that milestone, we go up and so on. And that will give your users in your community something to just look forward to. That could work. That could work. It doesn't need to be like $100 a month, right? You could be something like, in the beginning, the thing is at $15 a month. When you reach 100 users, 100 paying users, maybe, I don't know. That's kind of, yes, I do. When you reach 100 or 1,000 paying users at that price, you lower it to 12, and then you lower it again to 10, and so on when you reach like the times times 10 things. Could work. Yeah. I know of it. I have watched some streams in the past. That's about it. Not much more than that. Not much more than that.
I just wanna get down.
But yeah, the system for me is that it's an community-based or community-driven pricing model, meaning that the more user we have, the cheaper things can be. It's an anti-capitalistic thing, and it's a reverse capitalism situation, where it's just you need to define what is the cost of a user, or what is the cost of a monthly user gonna be, and that's your basic baseline thing, the thing that you can't go past. So for me, for example, it would be something like 2.5, 2.7, like €2 and 70 cents per user per month in order to cover cost of database, cost of hosting, and cost of other things when we reach a certain level of users. And that, like if you reach 10,000, a million users, 2 million, 10 million, 10 million users, that active users on daily, there is a certain cost for the services and all the infrastructure that comes down to roughly, if it's like 10 million users, active users, the 10 million, we usually say that only 10% are paying users, but we need these 10% to be like supporting basically the infrastructure for the rest of the users. So yeah. Yeah, I have to wait.
I just wanna get.
I don't think this is a good idea, but I don't see why not you wouldn't have this as an additional thing. To me, it's kind of the same thing as 7TV. I mean, it sounds the same based on how you describe it, based on how I don't know about it, but it sounds the same. As in, the skins for my name and the other things in the beginning were only available to paying people, like that monthly paint, for example. These ones are only available right now. So if I want to get this, I need to be subscribed to today to be able to get this. If I don't, I will never be able to have it unless I am one of the OG, which is my case. That will then give me the ability to then pick that up from past. But yeah, that's similar. At least from my understanding, it seems similar. The issue I have with this is that this is a gambling situation. Like your monetization system becomes a gambling situation where people are hoping to be there when the drop happen and will be there. So that's Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. So it's based on luck, and it's not pay to win. So ah, why not? Right? It depends on the user and it depends on the base, which is the user base, to make sure that they would resonate with this type of situation. In community-based platforms, example Reddit and Twitter and other things, you are bound to something that is related to the street creds of that user based on the badges, based on the thing that they've done in the past, and um, like I have seen things like this in the past. Yeah, but that's the thing. You flex on the cosmetic because you had access to the cosmetics at all times. Like to me, that is basically any video game form. And there has been limited drops of things. Like for example, if I go into, it's a bit of a different thing, but it's a bit similar. Zen, welcome in, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's your day going? Right, if I go here, for example, and I go into footwear, and let's get into my regular Ravens. Ravens are my shoes. They make sense. They look good to me, and so on. These are an updated version and a released version of some of the thing that I have. They have, I think it's the uncover. It's not. Was I need the soul? It was the pyro. Kinda, in a way. Anyways, congrats, congrats, good job, congrats. That's a good news. Then that is a great news. um, so that they have that, right? They have a shop, they have things, and you have options and so on, right? Whatever. These are the newer version of their previous version of these tall boots things. I love their previous versions. They are much better than these. They look much better. I have them. I will need to get rid of them because the sole is kind of cracking because they are old as fuck. But you know, that happens. If I get into shoes for a second, I have these, which are a purple mesh, specific with orange accents, a very specific sole for their construction, and specific design underneath. These are not even a release model. I have a ton of ARC shoes that are not released because they didn't release them. And that is because I got lucky in when I got access to the store that had these unreleased shoes that were in my size available and for me to grab at that instant. That is a circumstantial things, which is similar to what you're trying to say, right? But it's a luck-based situation, which means that it's based on me. As in, I did the research to know where this shop was. I did the research to know when they had a sale. And I found, like, I did the discovery, the research, and all the things to get access to these shoes on sale day, basically. Whereas for your thing and the like the store and all the thing that you have in there, which these are going to be like not necessarily this, but you know, whatever. That is everyone get access to everything all the time for the event location or the event time zone or time frame. And then once that is not available, the only way for someone to get access to one of these skin is when they kill someone and they take their gun, right? In game. For the game. And then that's it. But they don't really have access to it again, and they potentially get it like in a loot box, but that's luck based. So it's more gambling than anything, at least from my point of view. Yeah, it's the same as CSGO. I'm reading your previous message. It is. Because you would need to open your loot boxes, your 4 loot boxes, hoping that you get the things. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I can see that working. Again, do you know the story of the unicorn in World of Warcraft? Do you know that? uh, all right. So this is a story, but I don't remember if it's true or not. I forgot where I heard it. It's been years now, so I might paraphrase a bit. There was an item that was a limited time item that made more money to the game studio than the game itself when it dropped. Because they made unicorn skin things, I forgot exactly what it is, that basically was the most expensive item in the shop for a very limited time. And turns out people wanted it. And so, yeah, that item at that time made more money to the studio than the game purchases themselves. So it is a viable situation. It's just it's luck based on the user side and it's luck based on your side, because maybe you are creating something that it did. That's basically why now we have just microtransaction games, because that story exists. And you know, people are like, oh yeah, gonna do that. Yeah, if that's the one, but I don't think that's the one. The thing is, microtransaction are a viable source of income in a way, but they are also what makes a platform really bad, because they only do kids and they don't do the rest. Like they don't really care about the game itself or the platform or the things. They just care about the ornament, the thing that makes your profile look good, the thing that makes you look like a good person to the eyes of the others in the server or whatever, like that type of thing. So, yeah, that's my own take. I'm not saying no, right? Because whatever, it works. If it works, it works. And you're saying that you need that with the subscription, which is fine. I just think that it would be easier for you to do the subscription only and then potentially have some cosmetic things added as free bonuses here and there and paid bonuses here and there. So, like that profile picture shader thing that is the same thing that you shared in the beginning could be only achieved or reached in the beginning of September, like the first 5 days of September is something. And then maybe you get it, maybe you don't get it, and then if you don't get it, maybe at the end of September there is a resale option where you can get access to it if you want to, because you just loved it enough or too much, and you've seen everyone use that for the full months, and you really want it, so you can buy it. You can potentially get chance to buy it, which is kind of weird, but fine. But why not? I just think this is going to be introducing microtransaction inside of the app, and I don't know how viable that would be in the long term for your concept specifically that is community based and that basically requires you, but the platform owner to ensure that the users are feeling at home and not competing with each other for cosmetics. Because that's my main fear. When you have things that are like cosmetic based for users, skins and others, there is a bit of disdain for the people that have the ability to buy something, to get access to something, to know someone in the inside to get access, to get like priority check because they have been here for a long time, because they have the right amount of followers, and you know. Yeah, so maybe that's the thing that is core to the platform, and therefore you can just port it, and that's fine. But it feels like something that I wouldn't personally would be interacting with. But that's also a very personal thing. Like I don't care about cosmetics on apps and games and things. Like it's just I care about cosmetic for myself, like fashion and chains and glasses and hair and so on. But that's something that I know where it goes, and it's on me, it's for me, like it's not a blue check or a profile picture. So I'm not the right audience for that. And if you competed for cosmetic on Amino in the past, then maybe that's exactly what you need to have. That's fine. Um, yeah, that's also true. Um, I mean, the only debatable social platform that does this is Discord, right? Where you can have your profile pic things based on the boost, based on other elements and so on. But yeah, it's not like something that I've seen most of the times. I haven't seen Facebook introduce microtransaction for your profile presentation. I haven't seen Twitter until last year, basically 3 years ago. So yeah, the thing is, if you introduce some sort of a currency, internal currency, you kind of need to tie that to a cryptocurrency coin things, and which would be amazing, by the way, just so you know. Not like you rephrase that because most people don't understand. Cryptocurrency as they are right now are not really good because they are not used properly. Blockchain technology alone is a really, really good and powerful thing that you could have specifically for a community-based thing because every user becomes a cluster node, and based on their location, their servers, their things, they hold the entirety of the store and the market to themselves. So cryptocurrency would be amazing, and blockchain technology would be amazing for a store-based and a community-based thing. But yeah, um, yeah, but that's the issue. The thing is, it is not understood. Like it's the same issue that I have with AI in general. People don't know that AI doesn't exist and that what they are using is algorithmic machine learning thing that they have been using for the past 15 years. But since the past 5 years, we've called that AI, and there is the word AI everywhere. People are just like, AI again. Cryptocurrency and crypto in general is the same thing. Because of the spike and boom of crypto and NFTs and so on, a lot of people have a very negative view of it, even though they don't understand what it is. And even the people that were inside of these communities didn't have an understanding of what it was. So an NFT is really, really good when you use it as what an NFT is. It is a receipt. That's it. The visual added to the receipt, that what NFT means in the brain of most people. But a lot of people don't really understand what it is. And so blockchain in general and cryptocurrency is just a token that is used on top. If you just brand it properly in-app token that is community-based handled, right? You have a certain amount in the community and then you just describe it with different words. It's just not called crypto, therefore it's fine. Like there is so many instances where that happens, and like it's just because you are still using it as crypto where you should be using it as crypto as blockchain tokens, and that's it. And when you understand the blockchain components and how they work and how it's just a communication layer in between devices and in between validators, the fact that the person is 6 years old, 13, 56 doesn't change shit. It's just like your device has an ID that is linked to a user that has an ID. And that's it. And then the validators around the cluster are validating that that user exists, that it is the right user. That's about it. They have their token. They have their token that has been signed on said blockchain. And they used their in-game currency, which is their cryptocurrency, but like in-game currency, in-game tokens, to validate that transaction in the first place. And that works. Like an app that I used yesterday, or started using yesterday, kind of, not really, but I needed the URL is Rodeo. Apparently, that's the thing. Which don't give me that again. Is that like every day? So right now, for example, I have like 400 tokens, and I can collect stuff, things that seems to match with my vibe, for example. And it doesn't really matter what I get, but I'm gonna get things that are just more aligned with what I like. And yeah, I have done that already. And that thing has a layer of in-app token things Like I'm getting tokens every day. I'm getting tokens all the time, kind of. And if I'm collecting, I'm sending tokens. If I'm posting arts, I'm receiving tokens while people are collecting them. And that might be interesting, that might not be interesting. It's not marketed as a crypto-related stuff, but it might be one. And I don't really know. Do I care? No. So, you know. Yeah. That's a thing, right? It's an art-based platform for things, and you can collect and acquire based on tokens. This is a cryptocurrency thing, but it works the same. So yeah, I mean there is no cashing out in that thing. But yeah, you can also do that as you buy the tokens internally, and then you have your coins. Like again, not that I went too fast. I have my coins. You know, like it's in the app. It's available. If I need more coins, I can buy more coins, and these coins are only available to refill my lives. So that's internal. It's there. It's working. Not necessarily good. I'm giving myself coins by just practicing every day, making sure that I'm getting the challenges done on every day, and that's a working version. You could do that. You could do that as well. Yeah. Well, is it really the mistake, or is it something that made it more viral in a way that people understood that with these coins and with the ability to cash out, we could create a sub economy like we had on Eve? Are you too young for that? Um, Eve is a very, or Evie, it depends on how you want to pronounce this thing, um, is the initial creator of a cryptocurrency without calling it a cryptocurrency because it didn't really exist at the time. And the fact that some people to this day are still making a living playing the game and doing things for the environment, they can make like 2K a month just by being there and spending some money inside and doing some stuff in the app. And they are still very much expensive and very much active, and they can still give the credits to someone else, but usually because it is like a job type of situation, they end up only trusting a certain amount of people and or doing or having requests for something in return because makes no sense otherwise. But it's a thing. So it's still viable, and Eve is still available, weirdly enough. So yeah, I mean, based on what you just said, right? You know exactly what made Amino kind of died. And you understand what could be the reason of different changes and so on that would make the economy not viable. That's an option. You can go through that, but it depends. It depends. Anyways, I need to send you someone so that we end at 4:20 because that's the goal. Maya's live and it's been a while. Jason is live and it's been like ages. But yeah, no, Maya's gonna be good. Maya's gonna be where we go. That makes sense. It makes sense. But yeah, for the next 2 minutes, that, that is the goal. So yeah, I'm sending you to Maya. It makes sense. It makes sense. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. If you want to watch the VOD, it's gonna be on YouTube in the live section. The VOD from last stream is in the past VOD playlist. I think. I don't know. I forgot. It doesn't matter. I joined the Discord if you want to ask a question when I'm not live, as always. And yeah, if you want to learn Japanese, Can is really good. And if you want to give me some money, you can sub here, but that's not necessary, as always.
Mom!
Something like this. It's pretty good. But yeah. That's where we are right now. That's where we are. And right now, Maya is talking about design engineer, which is pretty good. Congrats, Takey, on winning today's chat battle. Tony, you were almost there. Almost there. Anyways, I will be back on Friday at 4:20, as one does. It seems that I can now do longer stream, and we'll see you soon. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. You know the drill. And I'll see you. Bye. Bye.